Long before Finland was Finland, before it had a name, a flag, or even people who called it home, it was being molded by forces older than human memory. Imagine the world some 10,000 years ago. The last great ice sheet of the Pleistocene, a glacier nearly 2 miles thick, had just begun its slow retreat from northern Europe. As it melted, it didn't just leave behind water, it sculpted the earth itself, pressing down on the ancient Baltic shield like a colossal thumbprint. The weight was so immense that the land sank. And even now, thousands of years later, Finland is still rising, rebounding upward by about a centimeter per year in some places. This phenomenon, known as post-glacial rebound, means the Finnish coastline is literally growing. New islands emerge from the sea, and old harbors slowly dry into meadows. The landscape you see today, the rolling hills, the gentle eskers winding like ancient riverbeds through the forest, the countless depressions filled with still, dark water, was all carved by meltwater and ice. Finland doesn't have mountains, not in the conventional sense. Its highest point, Halti, rises just 1,324 meters, and even that peak is shared with Norway. But what Finland lacks in vertical drama, it more than compensates for in horizontal expanse. Over 188,000 lakes, 40,000 islands along its Baltic coast, and forests that cover more than 70% of the country. This is a land of quiet immensity, where solitude isn't loneliness, it's atmosphere. And into this raw, wet, slowly rising world came the first humans. They arrived not with fanfare, but with footsteps muffled by moss and snow. Around 8,800 BCE, as the ice retreated past what is now southern Finland, small groups of hunter-gatherers followed the herds northward. These were not farmers, not yet. They carried finely crafted flint tools, bone harpoons, and antler axes. They built temporary shelters near the shores of newly formed lakes, where fish were abundant and migratory birds offered seasonal feasts. Archaeologists have uncovered their campsites along the Gulf of Bothnia and around Lake Saimaa, fragments of pottery, shards of slate knives, the charred remains of hearths. One of the most distinctive cultural markers of these early inhabitants is the comb ceramic culture, named for the intricate comb-like impressions pressed into their clay vessels. These weren't purely decorative. The patterns may have held ritual meaning, clan identifiers, or even early forms of symbolic communication. The pottery was coarse but functional, fired in open pits rather than kilns, and often used to store fish oil, or rendered fat critical sources of calories in a land where sunlight vanished for months each winter. These people lived lightly on the land. They moved with the seasons, following reindeer in winter, setting fish weirs in spring, gathering berries and hazelnuts in summer. They buried their dead with care. At sites like the Whitnan burial in western Finland, skeletons have been found curled in fetal positions, surrounded by red ochre, a pigment associated with rebirth, across many ancient cultures, and accompanied by tools, beads, and sometimes the remains of dogs, suggesting a belief in an afterlife where companionship and utility still mattered. But who were they? Linguistically, that's one of the deepest mysteries. Modern Finnish belongs to the Uralic language family, which includes Estonian and Hungarian, and is completely unrelated to the Indo-European languages that dominate the rest of Europe. Linguistic reconstruction suggests that Proto-Uralic was spoken somewhere near the Ural Mountains around 4,000–2,000 BCE. Over centuries, groups migrated westward, and one branch, Proto-Finnic, eventually reached the shores of the Baltic. But here's where speculation enters. The first inhabitants of Finland may not have spoken anything resembling Finnish at all. Genetic and archaeological evidence points to multiple waves of migration. The earliest post-glacial settlers likely spoke a language now lost to time, perhaps related to the ancestors of the Sami people, who have inhabited the far north of Fennoscandia for millennia. The Sami, in fact, are Finland's only officially recognized indigenous people, and their language, also Uralic but distinct from Finnish, suggests a deep, layered history in the region. For thousands of years, The Sami lived as nomadic reindeer herders, fishers, and hunters across what is now northern Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Russia's Kola Peninsula. Their spiritual worldview was animistic. Every rock, river, and tree possessed a spirit, and shamans called Noidi acted as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds, often entering trances through the rhythmic beating of drums adorned with cosmological symbols. These drums, many confiscated during Christianization campaigns in the 17th and 18th centuries, are now treasured artifacts, their painted surfaces mapping a universe of sacred mountains, underworlds, and celestial reindeer. Meanwhile, in the south, agriculture slowly took root. Around 2500 BCE, Neolithic farmers from the south, likely speaking early Indo-European dialects, began to settle along Finland's southwestern coasts. They brought domesticated animals, wheat and barley, and they built megalithic stone cairns as burial monuments. These cairns, some still visible today near places like Jura and Kuolio, are among Finland's oldest human-made structures. They mark a shift not just in subsistence, but in worldview, where hunter-gatherers saw the landscape as a living network of relationships. Farmers began to claim it, to divide it, to pass it down through generations. By the Bronze Age, 1500 BCE, southern Finland was connected to wider European trade networks. Amber harvested from Baltic shores was highly prized in Mycenaean Greece and beyond. In exchange, Finns acquired bronze tools, weapons, and ornaments. Though Finland itself has no native copper or tin deposits, bronze artifacts appear in elite burials, suggesting that local chieftains controlled access to these exotic goods. One such burial, the so-called Jura Lady, from the 11th century CE, though part of a later Iron Age tradition, was interred in a richly adorned dress of over 300 bronze spirals, a stunning display of wealth and status. But even earlier, Bronze Age rock carvings near Lake Payen depict boats, elk, and human figures, possibly recording mythic journeys or seasonal rituals. Then came iron. Around 500 BCE, knowledge of iron smelting reached Finland, likely via trade routes from Central Europe. Iron was transformative. Unlike bronze, which had to be imported, iron could be extracted from local bog ore, a spongy deposit formed in wetlands. Suddenly, tools, weapons, and agricultural implements could be produced locally, reducing dependence on distant trade. This technological shift coincided with the rise of fortified hilltop settlements, such as the one at Rapola in Tavastia. These were not towns in the modern sense, but refuges, places where communities could retreat during times of conflict. The presence of such fortifications hints at growing social complexity and perhaps increasing competition for resources. By the time of the Roman Empire, Finnish tribes were known to the outside world, if only dimly. Roman geographer Tacitus, in his Germania, 98 CE, mentions the Feni, a people living far to the northeast, surviving on wild game and dressed in skins. Though he likely conflated several northern groups, this is the first known written reference to a name that would eventually become Finland. But for most of its early history, Finland remained a land without writing, without centralized authority, and without borders. It was a mosaic of kinship groups, each speaking slightly different dialects, each tied to its own lakes, forests, and ancestral spirits. The land was not empty, it was full, teeming with life, myth, and a quiet, resilient humanity that watched the stars, listened to the wind in the pines, and knew that survival meant harmony, not domination. This was the world on the eve of change, because from the south and east, new forces were stirring. From the Viking longships slicing through Baltic waves, to the bells of distant monasteries ringing across the sea, Finland stood at a crossroads, and soon, the whispers of gods and ancestors would be drowned out by the clamor of crusaders, kings, and the relentless march of history. But even as the first Christian crosses began to appear on Finnish soil, the land itself remained stubbornly its own. This was no passive frontier waiting to be claimed, it was a threshold between worlds. To the west lay Sweden, already knitting itself into a kingdom of laws and Latin liturgy. To the east rose the Rus principalities, heirs of Norse traders and Slavic farmers, whose rivers flowed toward Byzantium, and whose churches gleamed with golden domes. And in between, Finland, forested, lake-strewn, linguistically alien, spiritually animistic, and politically fragmented. It was this liminal space that drew the attention of both church and crown. By the 8th century, the Baltic Sea had become a superhighway of commerce, culture, and conflict. Longships carved white scars across its surface, not only carrying raiders but merchants, messengers, and missionaries. Finland, though rarely, the destination was a critical corridor. Its western coast, especially around present-day Turku and the Åland Islands, became a mosaic of seasonal trading posts, fishing villages, and fortified farmsteads. Finnish tribes, Tavastians in the interior, Finns proper along the southern coast, Karelians in the east were not isolated. They participated in a vast exchange network that stretched from Hedeby in Denmark to Novgorod in the east. What did they offer? Furs, above all, beaver, fox, marten luxuries coveted in the palaces of Constantinople and the markets of Baghdad. Also iron, smelted from the red earth of Tavastia and forged into axes, spearheads, and knives. And, most grimly, slaves. Yes, slavery was a cornerstone of the early medieval Baltic economy. Captives taken in intertribal raids, or sometimes sold by desperate families during famine, were marched to coastal entrepôts like Kaupang or Birka, then shipped south. Written records from the Islamic world, such as the accounts of the 10th century traveler Ibn Fadlan, describe the Rus merchants selling blue-eyed, fair-haired slaves labeled as sakaliba, a term often used for Slavic and Finnic peoples. Whether these captives were ethnically Slavic, Finnish, or Baltic is often unclear, but Finland's position made it a funnel for human cargo. Yet Finland was not merely a supplier, it was a consumer. Archaeologists have unearthed Arab dirhams, silver coins, in hoards across southern Finland, evidence of wealth flowing north. Glass beads from the Rhineland, bronze brooches from Gotland, and even fragments of Frankish pottery have been found in graves near Salo and Lieto. These weren't accidental imports. They were signs of active participation. But who controlled this trade? Not kings. Finland had none but local chieftains. These were men, and sometimes women, who commanded loyalty through generosity, warfare, and ritual prestige. Their power resided not in bureaucracy, but in feasting halls, where they distributed imported goods, hosted skalds, and sealed alliances through gift-giving and marriage. Their burial mounds, like those at Pukila or Luta, reveal lives of privilege, gilded belt fittings, horse gear, swords with pattern, welded blades. And then there were the Norse. Scandinavian settlers, particularly Swedes, began establishing permanent outposts along Finland's southwestern archipelago by the 10th century. The Åland Islands became almost entirely Swedish-speaking by the 12th century, a linguistic island that persists to this day. Place names tell the story. Bole, by Vic suffixes of Old Norse origin, dot the coast. At sites like Hydus and Korpo, excavations reveal longhouses, smithies, and Christian grave markers alongside pagan amulets, suggesting a period of religious overlap. But Norse presence wasn't colonization in the modern sense. It was opportunistic, coastal, and often cooperative. Finnish and Norse communities intermarried, traded, and sometimes fought but also shared deities. The Finnish thunder god Ukko bears striking resemblance to Thor. Both wield hammers, command storms, and protect crops. This syncretism hints at a deeper cultural dialogue. Christianity arrived not with armies at first, but quietly through traders, captives returned from abroad, and wandering priests. A 9th century runestone in Sweden mentions a man who died in Finland, possibly a missionary. But the first organized efforts came later. Enter Bishop Henry. According to legend, Henry was an English-born bishop who accompanied King Eric of Sweden on a crusade to Finland in the mid-12th century. After converting the locals, he was martyred, beheaded by a peasant named Lally after a dispute over a stolen cow. His body was placed on a stone slab that miraculously floated down the Kokemäenjoki River to the site where Turku Cathedral now stands. Is any of this true? Almost certainly not. At least not in the details. There is no contemporary record of King Eric leading a crusade to Finland. Bishop Henry doesn't appear in English ecclesiastical records. The earliest written account of his life dates to the late 13th century, over 100 years after his supposed death. Most historians agree Henry is a pious fiction, a foundational myth created to sanctify Swedish conquest. Yet, the myth mattered. By the 14th century, Henry was Finland's patron saint. His feast day, January 19, became a major religious holiday. Churches were dedicated to him. Pilgrims walked to his shrine in Nusiainen. The story provided divine justification for Swedish rule. Finland wasn't conquered, it was saved. Meanwhile, in the east, a different kind of Christianization was unfolding. The Orthodox Church, emanating from Novgorod, spread into Karelia, the eastern part of Finland, with less fanfare but equal impact. Unlike the Latin West, Orthodoxy emphasized icons, chant, and mysticism over legalistic doctrine. It didn't demand the dismantling of old beliefs so much as their absorption. Sacred groves became churchyards. Ancestral spirits were recast as saints. The result? A Finland divided not just geographically, but spiritually. Western Finland fell under Roman Catholic, and later Lutheran, influence via Sweden. Eastern Finland, especially Karelia, remained Orthodox, tied to the Rus world. This schism would shape Finnish identity for centuries and resurface dramatically during the Cold War. But in the 11th and 12th centuries, before borders hardened, before churches rose in stone, Finland remained a fluid zone, a land of overlapping loyalties, bilingual traders, and hybrid rituals. A peasant in Satakunta might wear a Thor's hammer amulet while burying his child with a Christian cross. A chieftain in Savo might swear oaths to both Ukko and Christ. It was this ambiguity that made Finland vulnerable, because soon, the medieval world would demand clarity, loyalty, obedience, and faith singular, organized, and enforced. The age of crusades was coming, and Finland, caught between hammer and anvil, would be reshaped forever. Imagine the hush of a Finnish forest just after snowfall. No wind, no birds, just the soft compression of powder underfoot and the distant, almost imperceptible creak of freezing pine. That silence, the kind that settles into your bones, is the silence that greeted the first Swedish bishops as they rode eastward into unknown waters. They came not for timber or furs this time, but for souls, and they believed God was on their side. The idea of crusade often conjures images of armored knights charging across sun-baked deserts toward Jerusalem. But in the Baltic, the cross wore a different face. Here, holy war was waged not with banners of silk, but with axes of iron, not in the name of reclaiming the Holy Sepulchre, but of subduing pagan lands that lay just beyond the reach of Latin Christendom. Finland became one such target. The first so-called Swedish crusade to Finland is traditionally dated to the mid-12th century, around 1150 to 1160, and attributed to King Eric IX of Sweden, later canonized as Saint Eric. According to later chronicles, notably the Erikskroniken, the Chronicle of Eric written over a century after the fact, Eric sailed to Finland with an army and a bishop, defeated the local heathens, and established Christianity as the law of the land. But here's the truth. Gently spoken, there is no contemporary evidence that this crusade ever happened. No letters, no charters, no archaeological proof of mass violence in the 1,150 seconds. No sudden destruction layers at Finnish settlement sites. No coins minted in Eric's name found in Finland. Even Swedish church records from the 12th century are silent on the matter. The earliest reliable mention of a Swedish military campaign in Finland comes not from Swedes, but from Russian sources, the Novgorod First Chronicle, which notes a Swedish attack on the Tavastians, a Finnish tribe in central Finland, in 1142. But even that was likely a raid, not a holy war. So why did the myth take root? Because by the 13th century, Sweden needed a founding story, a divine justification for its rule over Finland. And what better narrative than one of salvation? In medieval Europe, conquest dressed in piety was not just acceptable, it was noble. To convert a pagan was to save him from eternal fire. To kill him in the process was merely collateral in God's grand design. The real turning point came in the early 13th century, during what historians now call the Second Swedish Crusade. This one almost certainly real and far more consequential. In 1249, under the leadership of Birger Jarl, Sweden's de facto ruler, and a man of immense political ambition, a large Swedish force landed on the coast of Tavastia. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion with permanent intentions. Why Tavastia? Because the Tavastians had been resisting Christianization for decades. Despite missionary efforts, they clung to their old gods: Ukko, the sky god; Tapio, the forest spirit; and the sacred groves where animal sacrifices and communal rituals still took place. Worse, from Sweden's perspective, they had begun forging alliances with Novgorod, the Orthodox Christian principality to the east. To Sweden, this was not just spiritual backsliding, it was geopolitical treason. Birger Jarl's campaign was brutal. Chronicles describe villages burned, fields salted, and men slaughtered. Women and children were taken as slaves or forcibly baptized. The Tavastians, lacking centralized leadership or fortified towns, were unable to mount a coordinated defense. Within a year, the region was pacified, though pacified in the medieval sense meant terrorized into submission. But Birger didn't stop there. He understood that conquest without infrastructure was temporary. So he did something far more enduring than burn villages. He built a city on the banks of the Ora River, where the land sloped gently toward the sea. He ordered the construction of a stone fortress and a bishop's seat. This was Åbo, known today as Turku, Finland's oldest city and, for centuries, its spiritual and administrative heart. Turku was no frontier outpost. It was a statement. Here, Swedish law would be enforced. Here, Latin liturgy would drown out Finnish incantations. Here, taxes would flow to the Swedish crown, not to Novgorod. The cathedral, begun around 1300, would become the largest stone building in Finland, a towering symbol of divine and royal authority, visible from miles away. And over it all presided the Bishop of Turku, answerable not to local chieftains, but to the Archbishop of Uppsala, and ultimately to the Pope in Rome. With the church came writing. Before the 13th century, the Finns had no written language. Their laws, myths, and genealogies lived in memory in the rhythms of folk poetry, in the songs of the Tietäjä, the village wise man. But the church needed records. Baptismal rolls, land deeds, court judgments, tithe accounts. And so, Swedish written in Latin script became the language of power. Finnish remained the language of the hearth, of the field, of lullabies whispered in the dark. But it was not the language of contracts, courts, or cathedrals. This linguistic divide would shape Finnish identity for the next 700 years. Yet, the Swedish crown was pragmatic. It knew it couldn't rule Finland by force alone. So, it offered a bargain. Convert, pay your taxes, and you may keep your land. Unlike in many conquered territories, The Finnish peasantry was not enslaved or displaced. They remained on their ancestral plots, now reclassified as kronobönder crown peasants, obligated to pay rent and perform labor for the king, but not serfs in the Eastern European sense. They could not be bought or sold. They had legal rights, modest, yes, but codified. This was not benevolence. It was efficiency. Sweden needed Finland not as a colony to be exploited, but as a buffer zone against Novgorod and later, Russia. A loyal, Christianized Finland was a strategic asset. And so, the crown invested in stability. By the late 13th century, Finland was formally integrated into the Kingdom of Sweden as Österland, the Eastern Land. It sent representatives to the Swedish Diet. It followed Swedish law. Its nobles intermarried with Swedish families. Its bishops attended church councils in Uppsala. But beneath this surface of unity, something else was growing. A quiet sense of difference. Finnish peasants may have kneeled in Swedish-built churches, but they still believed that the spirit of the sauna lowly was sacred. They may have paid tithes to the bishop, but they still left offerings at the base of ancient birch trees. They may have learned to say prayers in Latin, but they still sang epic poems in the Kalevalaic meter, a rhythmic, trochaic tetrameter that would one day give birth to the Kalevala, Finland's national epic. And then there was the land itself. Finland's vast forests, its labyrinthine lakes, its long winters. These were not just geography, they were psychological boundaries. A Swedish noble in Turku might wear furs and eat smoked fish, but he never truly belonged. He was always a little cold, a little lost, a little out of place. Whereas the Finnish peasant, though poor and illiterate, knew every bend of the river, every moss-covered stone, every bird call at dawn. His identity was rooted not in titles or charters, but in place. This was the paradox of medieval Finland. Politically Swedish, culturally Finnish. And for centuries, that tension would simmer unspoken, unchallenged, but never resolved. It would take a war, an empire's collapse, and a revolution to finally break the surface. But that is for a later night. For now, let the image linger. A stone cathedral rising over a river of ice, its bells echoing across a land that remembers older gods. A bishop in vestments blessing a field where, just a generation ago, men poured meat on the earth to thank Tapio for the hunt. Conquest had come, but memory, like moss on stone, clings quietly and waits. Let the fire crackle low now. Let the embers glow like old memories. Outside, the Finnish winter presses close, silent, patient, endless. Inside a wooden longhouse, smoke curls upward through a hole in the thatch, carrying with it the scent of dried fish, birch bark, and damp wool. A child stirs in sleep. An old woman hums a tune without words, just vowels and breath, passed down through generations. No one speaks of kings tonight. No one reads Latin prayers. This is the world most Finns knew for centuries. Not the world of cathedrals and charters, but the world of hearth, frost, and necessity. This is the Finnish Middle Ages, not grand, not gilded, but grounded. By the time Sweden had declared Finland Österland its eastern province, the average Finn had little sense of belonging to any kingdom. Loyalty was local. Identity was rooted in the kunta, the parish or village community, where every family knew the others not by surname, surnames barely existed, but by father's name, farmstead, or personal trait. Mikko the Tall, Anna of the Willow Field, Eero who limped after the bear attack. There were no cities in Finland beyond Turku, and even Turku, with its cathedral and royal castle, held fewer than 2,000 souls from most of the Middle Ages. The rest of the population, perhaps 300,000 by the year 1400, lived in scattered farmsteads, clustered near lakes or rivers, where the soil was easiest to till and fish most abundant. These were not feudal manors in the English sense. There was no serfdom, Finnish peasants were freeholders, talonpojat, though free is a relative term. They owed taxes to the crown, tithes to the church, and labor to local roads or fortifications. But they could not be sold. They could not be evicted without cause, and crucially, they could inherit land. Land was everything. Not as property in the modern legal sense, but as legacy. A farm wasn't just a plot of dirt, it was a vessel of memory, duty, and survival. When a man died, his sons would divide the fields among them, a practice that, over generations, led to fragmentation. Some farms became too small to sustain a family, forcing younger sons to clear new land in the forests, pushing the frontier ever deeper into the wild. This slow creep of settlement gave Finland its distinctive settlement pattern. Scattered homesteads, not nucleated villages. You might walk for miles between houses, guided only by cairns, bent birches, or the distant bark of a dog. And survival? It was a daily negotiation with scarcity. The growing season in southern Finland lasts barely 150 days. In the north, it's closer to 100. Crops had to be hardy. Barley, rye, turnips, flax for linen, and occasionally oats. Wheat was rare, too delicate for the short, cool summers. Fields were tilled with crude wooden plows tipped with iron, pulled by oxen, or, more commonly, by people. Fertilizer came from the barn manure mixed with ash and peat, but farming alone couldn't feed a family through the long winter. So Finns turned to the forest. Slash-and-burn agriculture huta was practiced widely, especially in the east and north. A patch of forest would be felled in summer, left to dry, then burned in spring. The ash enriched the soil, yielding bumper crops of rye or turnips for 2 or 3 years before the plot was abandoned and the process repeated elsewhere. It was sustainable only because land was abundant and population sparse. To the Swedish crown, it seemed wasteful. To the Finnish farmer, it was wisdom. Then there was fishing. In a land of 188,000 lakes, fishing wasn't recreation, it was protein. Nets were woven from nettle fiber or horsehair. Hooks were carved from bone or forged from scrap iron. In winter, holes were chopped through ice up to 3 feet thick, and lines baited with scraps dangled into the black water below. The catch perch, pike, whitefish was smoked, salted, or dried on racks that lined every lakeshore. Hunting supplemented the diet. Elk, beaver, hare, and occasionally bear. But hunting wasn't just for food, it was regulated. Game belonged to the crown, and poaching could bring fines or flogging. Still, enforcement was lax in remote areas, and necessity often overruled law. Now, consider the home. A typical medieval Finnish farmhouse was a single-room structure built of horizontal logs notched at the corners. Tuki construction, the ancestor of the log cabin. The roof was thatched with reeds or birch bark. There were no windows, just a smoke hole and perhaps a shuttered opening covered with oiled linen or scraped animal bladder to let in faint light. At one end of the room stood the hearth, a central fire pit lined with stones. This was the heart of the home. Here, food was cooked, stories told, and babies born. Above it hung the savupirti, a smoke chamber where meat and fish were preserved. The smoke also repelled insects and preserved the wooden beams, slowly blackening them over decades. Furniture was sparse. A trestle table, benches, a chest for storing clothes and tools. Sleeping happened on raised platforms along the walls, or on straw mats near the fire. Livestock, usually a cow or two, some goats, and chickens often shared the same space in winter, their body heat helping to warm the room. The line between human and animal life blurred in the long, dark months. You knew the smell of your neighbor's cow as well as your own breath. Clothing was practical, not decorative. Wool and linen were the only textiles. Men wore knee-length tunics, trousers, and cloaks fastened with wooden or bone pins. Women wore long linen shifts under woolen overdresses, bound at the waist with woven belts. Colors were muted, undyed wool, gray or brown, or linen boiled with birch leaves for a pale yellow. Bright dyes like woad for blue or madder for red were rare and expensive, reserved for special occasions or the wealthy. Hygiene was minimal, but not absent. Finns bathed far more than their European counterparts, thanks to the sauna. Ah, the sauna. Even in the Middle Ages, the sauna was sacred. Not just a place to wash, but to give birth, heal the sick, prepare the dead, and commune with spirits. The steam released when water is thrown on hot stones was believed to carry prayers upward. The sauna was separate from the house, a small wooden hut with a stone stove. After heating the room, the family would enter in shifts, scraping skin with birch twigs, vihta, to stimulate blood flow, then plunging into a snowbank or icy lake to shock the body awake. The church disapproved. Priests called it pagan, immoral, even demonic. But the people persisted. The sauna was too embedded in Finnish life to be abandoned. It survived, not as rebellion, but as quiet continuity. Now, what of law? Finland had no centralized legal code in the early Middle Ages. Justice was local, customary, and oral. Each region had its own maakunta, a tribal or provincial assembly where disputes were settled by elders. These assemblies met annually, often on a sacred hill or near a prominent stone, and followed unwritten but widely understood traditions. In Tavastia, for example, the Heim law governed everything from inheritance to theft. It prescribed fines rather than corporal punishment. If you stole a cow, you didn't lose a hand, you paid compensation, often in silver or livestock. If you killed a man, you owed his family not just a life, but a wergild, a man price calculated by his social standing. This system emphasized restitution over retribution. The goal wasn't to punish, but to restore balance. But with Swedish rule came written law. From the 14th century onward, Finland was governed by the Magnus Eriksson's country law, a Swedish legal code that applied uniformly across the realm. It was written in Latin, then translated into Old Swedish languages most Finns couldn't read. Justice now flowed from royal bailiffs and ecclesiastical courts, not village elders. The church, in particular, wielded immense power. It controlled marriage, inheritance, and moral conduct. Adultery, blasphemy, or skipping mass could land you in front of the bishop's court. Penalties included fines, public penance, or excommunication, which, in a world where salvation was everything, was a terrifying sentence. Yet, beneath this surface of Latin doctrine, older beliefs endured. The Tietege, the village wise man or woman, still healed with herbs, interpreted dreams, and cast protective spells. They spoke the old chants, the Loitsut, passed down in secret. When a child fell ill, a farmer might call the priest, but he'd also leave a bowl of milk at the base of the sacred birch. This duality defined medieval Finnish spirituality. Outwardly Christian, inwardly animistic. Now, consider the role of women. Finnish women in the Middle Ages had more rights than many of their European counterparts. They could inherit land, manage property, and appear in court. Widowhood often brought independence. A woman could run the farm, hire laborers, and even defend her rights before the bailiff. Marriage was a practical alliance, not a romantic one. Brides were typically in their late teens, grooms in their 20s. Dowries were modest linen, tools, perhaps a cow, but divorce, while rare, was possible in cases of abuse or adultery. Childbirth was perilous. Midwives used herbs like yarrow and mugwort to ease labor, but infection and hemorrhage claimed many lives. Infant mortality was high. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before age 5. Those who survived began working early. Girls spinning wool by age 6, boys tending geese or setting fish traps. And death? Death was frequent, intimate, and unceremonious. There were no funerals with grand processions, just a simple burial in the churchyard, wrapped in a shroud, with a cross of birchwood placed at the head. Mourning lasted a year, during which the widow wore black and avoided celebrations. But grief was expressed in song. The Itkuvirsi, the weeping song, was a traditional lament, improvised by women during wakes. It wasn't sung in melody, but in a rhythmic, sobbing chant that named the deceased, recalled their deeds, and expressed the raw ache of loss. These songs were so powerful, they were later banned by the church for being too pagan. Yet, even in hardship, there was joy. Seasonal festivals marked the turning of the year. Julu, Yule, in December, with feasting and the sacrifice of a boar to ensure fertility. Kekri, in late autumn, a harvest festival where the spirits of ancestors were believed to visit. And Johannes, at midsummer, when bonfires were lit to ward off evil, and young people sought love in the endless twilight. Music filled the long night's kantele, a zither-like instrument, plucked by firelight, voices rising in polyphonic folk songs that used parallel fifths and haunting modes unlike anything in Western Europe. This was life in medieval Finland. Not dramatic, not heroic, but resilient. The crown might claim the land. The church might claim the soul. But the people, they claim the rhythm of the seasons, the taste of smoked whitefish, the warmth of the sauna, and the quiet dignity of endurance. They left no grand monuments, no epic chronicles, but they left a way of being a deep, quiet connection to place that would outlast empires. And when the Reformation came, when the altars were stripped and the Latin Mass silenced, it was this bedrock of everyday life that allowed Finnish identity to survive. Because you can conquer a land, but you cannot conquer a lullaby. The air grows stiller now. The fire has settled into embers, glowing like old secrets. Outside, snow falls in slow, silent spirals, each flake a tiny archive of winter's patience. And somewhere, deep in a wooden study lit only by tallow candle and the reflection of ice on window glass, a man dips his quill into ink and shapes the first words of a new future. This is the story of how Finland learned to speak, not just with voices, but with letters. Section 5. Reformation, Renaissance, and the dawn of Finnish literacy. By the early 16th century, Finland had been part of the Swedish realm for over 300 years. The cathedrals stood tall, the tithes flowed. The Latin Mass echoed through parish churches from Åland to Karelia. But beneath the surface of ritual and obedience, a quiet revolution was brewing, one not of swords, but of scripture. It began far to the south, in Wittenberg, Germany, where a monk named Martin Luther nailed 95 theses to a church door in 1517. His protest against the sale of indulgences, those paid tickets to heaven peddled by corrupt clergy, ignited a wildfire across Christendom. The Protestant Reformation wasn't just theological. It was linguistic, political, and deeply personal. At its heart was a radical idea. Every believer should be able to read the Word of God in their own tongue. This idea would reach Finland like a slow thaw, gentle at first, then unstoppable. Sweden, under King Gustav Vasa, embraced the Reformation not out of piety alone, but out of pragmatism. The Catholic Church owned vast lands, collected taxes, and answered to a foreign power, the Pope. By breaking with Rome, Gustav could seize church estates, fill royal coffers, and centralize power. In 1527, at the Diet of Västerås, Sweden officially turned Protestant. Monasteries were dissolved, church treasures melted down, bishops stripped of political authority. And Finland? Finland followed. But here, the Reformation had a different flavor. Less about royal consolidation, more about access. For centuries, faith had been mediated through Latin, a language few Finns understood. Priests mumbled prayers no one could decipher. Sermons were delivered in Swedish, which only the coastal elite spoke. The common Finn stood in church like a guest at a feast where no one invited him to eat. Luther's vision changed that. If the Bible could be translated into German, why not Finnish? Enter Mikael Agricola, born around 1,510 inches. Pärnu, a coastal parish in southern Finland. Agricola was the son of a fisherman, or possibly a farmer. History is uncertain. What is certain is that he was brilliant, devout, and hungry for knowledge. Sent to study in Turku, he caught the attention of Bishop Martinus Skite, who recognized his potential and sent him to Wittenberg in 1536, the very heart of the Reformation. There, Agricola studied under Philip Melanchthon, Luther's closest collaborator. He absorbed Lutheran doctrine, humanist ideals, and the revolutionary belief that language was sacred not because it was ancient, but because it was alive. He learned Greek and Hebrew to read scripture in its original forms. But more importantly, he learned how to build a written language from scratch. When he returned to Finland in the early 1542s, he carried more than books. He carried a mission. In 1544, Agricola became Bishop of Turku, the highest ecclesiastical office in Finland. But unlike his predecessors, he wasn't content to preside from a throne. He set to work at a wooden desk in his episcopal residence, quill in hand, inventing Finnish orthography letter by letter. Why? Because Finnish had no standardized writing system. Before Agricola, Finnish was purely oral, spoken in countless dialects, shaped by rhythm and song, but never fixed in ink. Swedish scribes sometimes transcribed Finnish names or phrases, but always through the lens of their own alphabet, mangled, inconsistent, and incomplete. Agricola had to decide, how do you write the sound or the soft Y? How do you represent the glottal stop between vowels? He looked to Swedish and German models, but adapted them to Finnish's unique phonetics. He introduced diacritical marks, standardized verb conjugations, and created new compound words to express theological concepts that had no native equivalent. And then, in 1548, he published the first book in Finnish, Abkirja, the ABC book. It was simple, a primer for reading, with the alphabet, basic prayers, and the Lord's Prayer. But it was revolutionary. For the first time, a Finnish child could learn to read in their own language. The book was small, printed in Stockholm on rough paper, but its impact was seismic. 3 years later, in 1551, Agricola completed his masterpiece, a Finnish translation of the New Testament. He didn't just translate, it was an act of creation, where Finnish lacked words for grace, sin, or redemption. He coined them. Armo for grace, Sinti for sin, Vapatis for redemption. Many of these words are still in use today. His translation was poetic, rhythmic, and grounded in the spoken language of the people. He avoided Latinized abstractions, favoring concrete, earthy terms. When Jesus spoke of lilies, Agricola used the Finnish word for the white water lily that grew in every village pond. This wasn't just theology, it was nation-building in ink. Yet Agricola's work was cut short. In 1557, while returning from peace negotiations in Moscow, yes, bishops still served as diplomats, he fell ill near the Russian border and died. He was only in his late 42nd. He never saw the full Bible in Finnish. That would come decades later. But he had planted the seed, and the seed grew slowly, quietly, in parish schools and peasant cottages. By the late 16th century, every Finnish parish was required to have a school not for scholars, but for future churchgoers. Boys, and occasionally girls, learned to read so they could recite the catechism and understand sermons. Literacy rates in Finland began to climb, long before they did in many parts of Europe. This had profound consequences. Illiterate peasantry was harder to control. They could read proclamations, question authority, and most importantly, interpret scripture for themselves. The church remained powerful, but the monopoly on truth was broken. Still, Swedish remained the language of power. All official documents, court proceedings, and university instruction were in Swedish. The Finnish-speaking majority lived in a linguistic duality: Finnish at home, Swedish in public life. This divide would shape Finnish identity for centuries. But something else was happening in the countryside, something Agricola never anticipated. While the church promoted scripture, the people preserved folk poetry. In the forests of Karelia, in the villages of Satakunta, old men and women Tiatejet still recited epic poems in the Kalevalaic meter, trochaic tetrameter, with alliteration and parallelism. These poems told of heroes like Väinämöinen, the wise old singer, Ilmarinen, the eternal smith, and Lemminkainen, the reckless adventurer. They described the creation of the world, battles with giants, and journeys to the underworld. These were not written down. They were sung, often for hours, accompanied by the kantele. But now, with literacy spreading, collectors began to record them. One such collector was Daniel Huslenius, a Finnish bishop and scholar in the early 1700s. He traveled the countryside, transcribing folk songs and arguing that Finnish had an ancient, noble heritage equal to Latin or Greek. He even claimed that the Finns were descended from the lost tribes of Israel, a common myth among emerging nationalisms, but his real contribution was proving that Finnish was capable of high culture. Then came Henrik Gabriel Porthen, the father of Finnish history, in the late 18th century. A professor at the Royal Academy of Turku, Porthen treated Finnish folklore not as peasant superstition, but as historical evidence. He analyzed folk poetry as a window into pre-Christian belief systems, social structures, and cosmology. These men laid the intellectual groundwork, but it would take one more figure, Elias Lonro, to weave the fragments into a national epic. But that story belongs to the Grand Duchy. For now, let us stay in the 16th century, in a log cabin where a father teaches his son to read from Agricola's Abkirja by firelight. The boy stumbles over the letters, but the words are his. Not Latin, not Swedish, Finnish. And in that moment, something shifts. The land gains a voice, not through rebellion, not through war, but through a single page, a single prayer, a single child learning to say, Ise Meidane, Joka Olet Taivesa, Our Father, who art in heaven. The Reformation didn't just change Finland's faith, it gave Finland its literary soul. And once a people can read their own name, they can never be forgotten. But faith wasn't the only force reshaping Finland. From the late 16th century, the Swedish crown grew more ambitious and more demanding. King Gustav Vasa's descendants sought to turn Sweden into a great power, and Finland, as Österland, would pay the price. Taxes rose, conscription expanded. The nobility built grand manor houses, while peasants starved. And then came the witch trials. Yes, even in this land of lakes and silence, fear found a home. Between 1,520 and 1,700, over 400 witchcraft trials took place in Finland. Small by European standards, but devastating for a population of just 300,000. Unlike in Germany or Scotland, where mass panics led to hundreds of executions, Finnish trials were usually isolated. But they were no less terrifying. Most accused were women, often healers, midwives, or elderly widows who lived alone. Their crime? Using herbs to ease pain, predicting weather, or simply being different. In 1599, a woman named Anna Clemetsdotter was burned at the stake in Helsinki, the first recorded execution for witchcraft in Finland. She was accused of causing livestock to die and cursing neighbors. Her trial lasted 3 days. She confessed under torture. But here's what's unique. Finnish witchcraft beliefs were animistic, not satanic. People didn't believe in pacts with the devil. They believed in Vaki spirit forces that inhabited natural places. A stream had its Vaki, a forest had its Vaki. If you disturbed them by urinating in a sacred spring or cutting a tree without apology, they would curse you. Witchcraft was less about evil, more about imbalance. This worldview clashed with Lutheran orthodoxy, which demanded belief in a cosmic battle between God and Satan. Priests preached that every unexplained illness, every failed crop, was the work of the devil and his human agents. Yet, Finnish courts were often skeptical. Many trials ended in acquittal. Judges demanded evidence. Torture was used, but less frequently than elsewhere. And executions? Only about 75 people were executed for witchcraft in all of Finnish history, a fraction of the European average. Why? Perhaps because the Lutheran Church in Finland was pastoral, not inquisitorial. Priests knew their congregations. They saw the accused as neighbors, not demons. Still, the fear lingered. In remote parishes, people still left offerings at sacred stones, still whispered charms before childbirth, still believed that the northern lights were spirits dancing. The Reformation had brought literacy, yes, but the old world never fully left. It simply learned to hide. And as Sweden pushed Finland deeper into war, first against Poland, then against Russia, the people would need more than scripture to survive. They would need resilience, they would need sisu, but that is for another night. For now, let the candle burn low. Let the snow keep falling. And remember, in the quietest lands, the deepest changes begin with a single word written, spoken, believed. The candle flickers now, not from draft, but from the weight of memory. Outside, the wind picks up low at first, like a whisper through pine boughs, then stronger, carrying with it the scent of snow and smoke. You can almost hear it, the distant roll of cannon, the crack of musket fire across frozen lakes, the cries of villagers fleeing into the forests with nothing but a sack of barley and a child on their back. This is the sound of Finland learning that peace is not a right. It is a reprieve. By the dawn of the 18th century, Sweden stood at the height of its power. The Swedish Empire stretched from the North Sea to the Baltic, from Estonia to Pomerania. Its king, Charles XII, just 15 when he ascended the throne in 1697, was brilliant, fearless, and utterly convinced of his divine mandate. He spoke 5 languages, memorized entire battle plans, and marched barefoot in winter to prove his toughness. To Europe, he was a prodigy. To his enemies, a storm. But empires built on ambition are brittle, and Finland, Sweden's eastern flank, would bear the brunt of its collapse. The war began in 1700, when a coalition of powers, Russia, Denmark, Norway, and Saxony, Poland, sought to dismantle Swedish dominance. They believed Sweden, young king and all, was vulnerable. They were wrong at first. Charles XII struck like lightning. He crushed the Danes in weeks, defeated the Saxons at Narva, humiliated Augustus the Strong. For 10 years, he seemed invincible. His army, lean and disciplined, moved faster than diplomacy. Victories piled up, confidence swelled. But hubris has a price. In 1707, Charles turned east toward Moscow itself. He marched his army of 35,000 men through the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, then into the vastness of Russia. But Peter the Great, Tsar of Russia, refused to give him a fair fight. He adopted a scorched earth strategy. Villages were burned, wells poisoned, crops torched. The Swedes marched deeper into a wasteland, their supply lines stretching like frayed rope. And then came the winter of 1708, 1709. Temperatures plunged to -30 Celsius. Horses froze mid-step. Men died in their sleep, their breath crystallizing on beards like frost on birch bark. Frostbite claimed fingers, toes, noses. Starvation set in. By spring, Charles's army was a shadow. At Poltava, in June 1709, Peter's forces finally struck. The battle was not a clash, it was a massacre. Outnumbered, exhausted, and betrayed by their own allies, the Swedes broke. Charles barely escaped, fleeing south into Ottoman territory. And Finland? Finland was left alone, unprotected, unprepared, and directly in Russia's path. The invasion began quietly in 1713. Russian galleys slipped through the archipelago, landing near Helsinki. There was no grand battle, just a slow, suffocating advance. The Swedish garrison in Finland was skeletal. Most troops had followed Charles east. What remained were old men, raw recruits, and local militia armed with pitchforks and hunting rifles. The Russians, under General Admiral Fyodor Apraxin, and guided by Baltic German officers loyal to Peter, moved with brutal efficiency. They burned crops, seized livestock, demanded surrender. Turku fell in April 1713. The cathedral was looted. The university shut down. The city's archives, centuries of Finnish legal and ecclesiastical history, were scattered or burned. But the worst was yet to come. What followed is known in Finnish history as the Greater Wrath Isovia. For 8 long years, from 1713 to 1721, Finland was occupied, plundered, and terrorized. Russian soldiers were not paid in coin, but in plunder. They were told, "Take what you need from the land," and they did. Villages were emptied, churches stripped of silver and bells, farms reduced to ash. Women and children were taken as slaves to Russia, sold in markets from St. Petersburg to Kazan. Men who resisted were shot, hanged, or impaled. But the true killer was not the sword, it was hunger. With fields abandoned, livestock stolen, and granaries emptied, famine spread like a fog across the land. In 1715 alone, over 100,000 Finns died, nearly a quarter of the population. In some parishes, entire families vanished, their names erased from church records, their homes reclaimed by forest. Imagine this. A mother in Satakunta buries her 3rd child in a week. Not from plague, but from starvation. She wraps the tiny body in a shroud made from her own wedding dress because there is no cloth left. She sings a lullaby as she digs the grave, her voice cracking from thirst. This was not war as strategy, it was war as erasure. Yet, resistance flickered. In the forests of Ostrobothnia and Tavastia, Finnish peasants formed guerrilla bands, Risanvia Hajat, Russian haters. They ambushed supply lines, poisoned wells, and dragged Russian stragglers into bogs. They left no mercy, expecting none in return. One such band, led by a farmer named Antti Mikola, held out for years in the wilderness near Kainuu. His men wore animal skins, moved at night, and communicated through bird calls. They were never captured, only spoken of in hushed tones, like spirits of vengeance. But guerrilla warfare couldn't stop empire. In 1721, exhausted and bankrupt, Sweden signed the Treaty of Nystad, ending the Great Northern War. The terms were catastrophic for Finland. Though Finland remained part of Sweden, Sweden ceded southeastern Finland to Russia. The entire region of Karelia, including the fortress town of Viipuri, Viborg, and the vital coastline along the Gulf of Finland. Over 12% of Finland's population, mostly Karelians, now lived under Russian rule. But worse than land was memory. The trauma of the Greater Wrath seared itself into Finnish consciousness. Grandparents told children how Russians burned their grandparents alive in barns, how priests were forced to convert at bayonet point, how the last bread in the village was hidden under floorboards, only to be found by soldiers who beat the finder to death. This was not just history, it was family lore. And it created something new, a Finnish fear of Russia, deep, visceral, and enduring. But even in darkness, seeds take root. During the occupation, the Lutheran Church became Finland's quiet backbone. With no government, no army, no courts, The parish priest was the only authority left. He recorded births, marriages, deaths. He held secret services in barns. He preserved Finnish language in catechisms and hymns. He became the keeper of identity. Meanwhile, another shadow loomed. In 1741, Russia and Sweden went to war again. This time, it was shorter, but no less brutal. Known as the Lesser Wrath, Pikaviha. The conflict lasted just 2 years. Russian forces once again swept into Finland, occupying Helsinki and Turku. This time, they came not to destroy, but to annex. Empress Elizabeth of Russia declared her intention to make Finland an independent kingdom under Russian protection, of course. A puppet state, a buffer. But Finnish nobles, terrified of losing their Swedish privileges, secretly conspired to resist. In 1742, a group of Finnish officers drafted the Anjala Address, a plea to the Russian Empress to restore Finland as an autonomous realm, possibly even under a Swedish prince. It was not treason against Sweden, they argued, but a desperate act of survival. The plan failed. Russia lost interest. Peace returned in 1743 with the Treaty of Abo. But something had shifted. For the first time, Finnish elites began to speak of Finland as a distinct entity, not just Osterland, but a land with its own interests, its own people, its own fate. This was the birth of political Finnishness. Not loud, not revolutionary, but present. And it would grow, because empires never learn. They rise, they overreach, they fall. And in the cracks, nations awaken. But for now, Finland returned to Swedish rule. Battered, grieving, and watchful. The church bells rang again in Turku. Children returned to school. Fields were replanted. But no one forgot the silence that followed the last scream in the burning village. No one forgot the winter, when the only sound was the wind through empty chimneys. And no one forgot that when empires fight, Finland is the battlefield. But next time, Finland would not just endure. Next time, it would decide. The snow has stopped falling now. The wind has softened to a sigh. In the distance, church bells toll not for alarm, but for evening prayer. And somewhere in St. Petersburg, in a palace lit by 1,000 candles and warmed by marble floors, a young emperor contemplates a decision that will reshape a nation he barely understands. His name is Alexander I, Tsar of all the Russias. And in the spring of 1809, he offers Finland a gift wrapped in chains: autonomy. The story begins not in Helsinki or Turku, but in a small coastal town called Porvoo. It's March 1809. The Gulf of Finland is still locked in ice. The air bites with the last sting of winter. And into this frozen landscape rides a delegation of Finnish estates, nobles, clergy, burghers, and even peasant representatives summoned by the Russian Tsar himself. They enter the town square, beneath snow-laden birches, their breath curling in the pale light. At the head of the procession is Count Georg Magnus Sprengporten, a Finnish-born officer who had long argued that Finland could never thrive under Swedish neglect and might flourish under Russian protection. Waiting for them in the Porvoo Cathedral, its whitewashed walls glowing in candlelight, stands Alexander I. He is just 31 years old, young, idealistic, shaped by Enlightenment tutors and haunted by the execution of his father, Paul I. He believes in order, but also in mercy, in empire, but also in justice. And so, on the 28th of March, 1809, he makes a promise, addressing the Finnish estates in French, his native tongue. With Swedish and Finnish translators at his side, Alexander declares, "Finland, reunited with our empire by the fate of war, shall retain its own religion, its constitutional laws, and its privileges. The Finnish people shall be governed by their own laws and administered by their own authorities. This is not conquest. This is coronation. In a single act, Finland is severed from Sweden after 600 years and reborn as the Grand Duchy of Finland, with Alexander I as its Grand Duke. Remarkably, he keeps his word. Unlike most imperial powers, Russia does not impose its language, its legal system, or its orthodox faith on Finland. Instead, the Tsar affirms continuity. The Swedish-era laws remain in force. The Lutheran Church keeps its dominance. The Swedish language remains the language of administration, education, and elite culture. The Diet of Finland, dormant since 1772, is recognized as a legitimate body, though it won't meet again until 1863. Even more astonishing, Alexander establishes a Finnish Senate in 1809, a governing council composed entirely of Finns, led by a governor-general, initially a Russian, but later often a Finn and answerable directly to the Tsar, bypassing Russian ministries. Finland, in effect, becomes a state within an empire. But why? Alexander was no altruist. His motives were strategic. Finland was a buffer zone, a loyal, Christian, Western-style territory between the Russian heartland and the volatile Nordic powers. A content Finland would be a quiet Finland. A rebellious Finland would be a gateway for Swedish or British intervention. So, he offered autonomy not out of generosity, but calculated benevolence. And for decades, it worked. Turku remained the capital until disaster struck. In 1827, a fire broke out in a bakery. It spread with terrifying speed through the wooden city. By dawn, 3/4 of Turku was ash. The university, the cathedral, the archives all gone. Over 100,000 books burned, including irreplaceable medieval manuscripts. But from the ashes rose Helsinki. The Senate, urged by Russian authorities, decided to relocate the capital to the southern coast, a city easier to defend, closer to St. Petersburg, and symbolically fresh. Enter Karl Ludwig Engel, a German architect summoned by the Tsar. Over the next 2 decades, Engel transforms Helsinki from a sleepy port of 4,000 into a neoclassical capital, its skyline dominated by the Helsinki Cathedral, its Senate Square echoing the grandeur of St. Petersburg. The city becomes a physical manifestation of Finland's new identity. Neither Swedish nor Russian, but Finnish. Yet, beneath the marble facades, a deeper transformation is unfolding. For the first time in centuries, Finns begin to imagine themselves as a people not just peasants, nobles, or Swedes in exile, but a distinct nation with a shared language, culture, and destiny. This awakening begins with language. Since the Middle Ages, Swedish had been the language of power. Finnish was the tongue of servants, farmers, and mothers, a kitchen language, as one Swedish-speaking noble sneered. Even educated Finns often dismissed it as crude, guttural, unfit for literature or law. But in the Grand Duchy, something shifts. In 1811, the Turku Academy, Finland's only university, is re-established in Helsinki as the Imperial Alexander University. Though instruction remains in Swedish, Finnish scholars begin to study their own language with academic rigor. And then comes Elias Lönnrot. A doctor by training, folklorist by passion, Lönnrot spends his summers in the 1,832nd and 1,842nd trekking through the forests of Karelia, the eastern region that had remained under Russian rule after the Greater Wrath. There, in remote villages where the old ways still held, he listens. Old men and women Tietäjät recite epic poems in the Kalevalaic meter, songs of the world's creation, of the hero Wainamoinen's quest for the Sampo, a magical mill that grinds salt, grain, and gold, of Lemminkainen's reckless courage, of Ilmarinen's forge beneath the sea. Lönnrot doesn't just transcribe, he weaves. In 1835, he publishes the first edition of the Kalevala, a national epic stitched from 23,000 lines of collected verse. A second, expanded edition follows in 1849. The impact is seismic. For the first time, Finnish has a mythology not borrowed from Greece or Rome, but native, ancient, and powerful. The Kalevala becomes Finland's cultural scripture. Artists painted scenes. Composers set its verses to music. Schoolchildren memorize its stanzas. Most importantly, it proves that Finnish is not a dialect of backward peasants, but a language capable of grandeur. This sparks the Fennoman movement, led by intellectuals like Johann Wilhelm Snellman, a philosopher, journalist, and statesman. The Fennomans argue that Finland's future lies not in clinging to Sweden, but in embracing its Finnish identity. Snellman, himself Swedish-speaking, learns Finnish as an adult. He writes in his newspaper Saima, "A nation without a language of its own is a nation without a soul." But not everyone agrees. Enter the Svekaman Swedish-speaking Finns, who see themselves as the cultural elite, the guardians of Western civilization in the East. To them, Finnish is a step backward, a surrender to barbarism. The struggle is not just linguistic, it's existential. Are Finns a branch of the Swedish people, or a unique nation with Uralic roots, Orthodox neighbors, and a destiny apart? The Tsar, for his part, watches with interest. In 1863, under pressure from Fennoman lobbying and growing nationalist sentiment, Tsar Alexander II signs the language ordinance, declaring that Finnish will become an official language alongside Swedish within 20 years. It's a quiet revolution. Schools begin teaching in Finnish. Government notices appear in both languages. The first Finnish language newspaper, Suomatar, gains readers. But the real shift happens in the hearts of ordinary people. A farmer in Savo teaches his son to read Agricola's Bible. A seamstress in Tampere sings Kalevala verses to her children. A blacksmith in Oulu names his forge after Ilmarinen. Finnishness is no longer imposed from above. It grows from below, rooted in soil, song, and shared memory. Meanwhile, Finland industrializes. Railroads snake across the landscape. Factories rise in Tampere, the Manchester of the North, spinning cotton, weaving cloth, smelting iron. A working class emerges. Urban, literate, and increasingly political. In 1906, Finland does the unthinkable. After the 1905 general strike, a wave of protests demanding civil rights in the wake of Russia's defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, the Tsar concedes. Finland becomes the first country in Europe to grant universal suffrage and the first in the world to give women not just the right to vote, but the right to stand for election. In the 1907 elections, 19 women are elected to parliament, more than in any other nation on earth. Among them is Miina Sillanpää, a factory worker and activist who will later become Finland's first female minister. This is democracy, born not from revolution, but from negotiation. But shadows gather. In 1899, Tsar Nicholas II launches the first wave of Russification. He issues the February Manifesto, effectively subordinating Finnish laws to Russian imperial decrees. Finnish conscripts are forced to serve in the Russian army. Russian becomes the language of administration. Censorship tightens. Why? Because Nicholas fears Finnish autonomy is a threat, a nest of liberalism near the imperial capital. Finns resist, not with guns, but with passive defiance. The Great Petition of 1899 gathers over 500,000 signatures from a population of just 2.6 million, demanding the restoration of Finnish rights. Students refuse to speak Russian. Civil servants resign rather than comply. The press goes underground, and then, in 1904, a Finnish nationalist named Eugen Schauman assassinates the hated Governor-General Nikolai Bobrikov, then turns the gun on himself. His suicide note reads, "For Finland and my people, it's a turning point." The resistance hardens, Secret societies form. Smuggled weapons flow from Sweden. The word suojeluskunta, civil guard, enters the lexicon. Finland is no longer just a Grand Duchy. It is a nation waiting to be born. And when the Russian Empire collapses in 1917, Finland will not ask for independence. It will declare it. But that moment, the 6th of December 1917, does not come from nowhere. It is the fruit of a century of quiet cultivation, of language preserved, of laws upheld, of identity nurtured in the space between two empires. Alexander I's experiment had worked perhaps too well. He gave Finland autonomy, expecting loyalty. Instead, he gave it the tools to build a nation, and nations, once awakened, do not sleep forever. The night deepens. The wind has stilled completely now. Even the snow seems to hold its breath. In this hush, history doesn't march, it whispers. And on the 6th of December 1917, in a modest chamber in Helsinki, Finland whispered its boldest word yet: independence. But declarations are easy. Living them is another matter. The collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917 did not come with fanfare in Finland. It came with silence, the sudden, eerie quiet of authority evaporating overnight. For over a century, Finland had existed as a Grand Duchy under the Tsar, enjoying autonomy but always tethered to St. Petersburg. When the February Revolution toppled Nicholas II, hope flickered. The provisional government in Russia promised to restore Finland's rights. But it was weak, distracted, and short-lived. Then came the October Revolution. Bolsheviks seized power. Chaos spread. In Finland, the vacuum was immediate. The Russian garrison in Helsinki, once a symbol of imperial control, now consisted of disoriented soldiers debating Marxist theory in barracks, unsure whether to obey orders, desert, or start their own commune. Finland's Senate, led by Per Evans Finnhufvud, saw its chance. On the 6th of December 1917, the Finnish parliament Eduskunta unanimously declared independence. Not a rebellion, not a revolution. A legal act, grounded in the constitutional continuity of the Grand Duchy. The reasoning was elegant. If the Tsar was gone, and no legitimate Russian authority remained, then Finland's 1809 status as a self-governing entity under the Tsar naturally reverted to full sovereignty. It was a legal fiction, perhaps, but it worked. Soviet Russia, desperate for peace and preoccupied with civil war, recognized Finnish independence on the 31st of December 1917. Germany followed in January 1918. By mid-1918, over a dozen countries had recognized the new republic, but recognition from afar meant little when your own house was burning, because Finland was not united. Beneath the surface of patriotic celebration, the nation was splitting along class lines, deep, bitter, and armed. On one side stood the whites conservatives, landowners, the Swedish-speaking elite, Lutheran clergy, and the rural middle class. They believed in order, property, and a Finland aligned with the West. Their leader was General Carl Gustaf Emil Mannerheim, a former Tsarist officer of Finnish-Swedish nobility, now commander of the nascent Finnish White Guard. On the other stood the Reds' industrial workers, landless laborers, radical socialists, and urban intellectuals. They dreamed of a socialist Finland, inspired by the Bolsheviks, where wealth would be redistributed, factories worker-run, and the old hierarchies shattered. Their militia, the Red Guard, was strongest in southern cities like Helsinki, Tampere, and Kotka. The spark came in January 1918. The Red-controlled Helsinki Workers' Council seized the capital's telephone exchange, post office, and railway station. They declared a Finnish Socialist Workers' Republic. The Senate fled to Vasa. Mannerheim, stationed in Ostrobothnia, issued a counter-decree. The White Guard would restore order. The Finnish Civil War had begun. It lasted just 3 months, but it left scars that would take generations to heal. Imagine this. A father in Hämeenlinna watches his 2 sons leave in opposite directions, one in a white armband, heading north to join Mannerheim's forces, the other in a red scarf, marching south to Tampere with the Workers' Guard. They will never see each other again. This was not a war of foreign invaders. It was brother against brother, neighbor against neighbor. The fighting was brutal, intimate, and ideological. Tampere, Finland's industrial heart, became the Stalingrad of the Civil War. For 2 weeks in April 1918, white and red forces battled street by street, house by house. Machine guns raked cobblestone alleys. Artillery shells reduced brick factories to rubble. Civilians huddled in cellars, listening to the screams of the wounded. When the whites finally captured the city, they found over 11,000 red prisoners starving, exhausted, many wounded. They were marched into makeshift camps, at the Kalevankangas cemetery, in abandoned stables, in open fields surrounded by barbed wire. And then came the White Terror. Not spontaneous rage, but systematic repression. Suspected Reds, often identified by nothing more than owning a pair of red socks or attending a union meeting, were executed without trial. Mass graves filled the forests near Lahti, Viborg, and Helsinki. In total, over 9,000 people were executed by white forces during and after the war. But the Red Terror had come first. In February and March, Red Guards rounded up landlords, priests, police officers, and school teachers. Many were shot in backyards or drowned in icy lakes. Over 1,600 civilians died in these reprisals. Yet the greater killer was starvation. In the prison camps established after the White Victory, conditions were horrific. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent. Typhus and dysentery spread like wildfire. Of the 80,000 Reds imprisoned, over 13,000 died, mostly from disease and malnutrition. One camp, Suomenlinna, the sea fortress off Helsinki, held 8,000 prisoners in unheated stone barracks. Survivors later described eating moss scraped from walls, drinking melted snow, and watching friends die in their sleep, too weak to cry. By May 1918, it was over. The Whites had won. Mannerheim rode into Helsinki on a white horse, a deliberate echo of imperial pageantry. German troops, who had intervened on the white side, marched beside him. Finland was liberated, but at what cost? Total deaths, approximately 37,000 inches, a population of 3 million, 5,700 killed in battle, 1,600 Red Terror victims, 9,000 white executions, 13,000 prison camp deaths, 7,000 missing or unaccounted for. That's 1 in 80 Finns gone. And the trauma? That was universal. Families were torn apart, villages divided, children orphaned. For decades, Finns avoided discussing the war. Red and white veterans never shared a beer. Neighbors didn't speak. The word punainen, red, became taboo in many rural communities. Yet, from this wreckage, something remarkable emerged: democracy. In July 1919, Finland adopted a republican constitution. It created a strong presidency, a unicameral parliament, and guaranteed civil rights regardless of class or language. Mannerheim, briefly considered as king. Yes, Finland nearly became a monarchy with a German prince. Stepped aside. The first president was Carlo Juho Stolberg, a legal scholar and moderate liberal who believed in rule of law over vengeance. Land reform followed. Small farmers were given deeds to the land they worked. The old manor estates were broken up. The goal: prevent another revolution by giving the rural poor a stake in the system. Social democracy also took root. The Social Democratic Party, though banned briefly after the war, was reintegrated into politics. By the 1922, It was the largest party in parliament. Leaders like Väinö Tanner argued that change must come through ballots, not bullets. And it worked. Finland became a rare case in interwar Europe, a former civil war-torn nation that did not slide into dictatorship. While Germany flirted with extremism, Italy embraced fascism, and Hungary turned authoritarian, Finland held elections free, fair, and fiercely contested. Why? Because both sides, scarred by 1918, chose compromise over chaos. The Whites could have banned the left forever. They didn't. The Reds could have plotted revenge. They didn't. Instead, they built institutions. The welfare state began quietly in villages where midwives were trained, in towns where school lunches were provided, in cooperatives where farmers pooled resources. Finland didn't leap into the Nordic model overnight. It stitched it together, thread by thread. Language peace also deepened. In 1922, the Language Act made both Finnish and Swedish national languages, with equal rights. Swedish-speaking Finns, about 11% of the population, kept their schools, newspapers, and cultural autonomy. This wasn't tolerance, it was pragmatic unity. Then there was the Sami question. In the far north, the indigenous Sami people who had herded reindeer across borders for centuries were now citizens of Finland, Norway, Sweden, or Russia. Finnish policy was paternalistic. They were to be civilized, their shamanic traditions suppressed, their children sent to Finnish language schools. Yet, unlike in many colonial contexts, the Sami were never dispossessed of their land. Reindeer herding remained protected by law. Their identity, though pressured, endured. Now, consider foreign policy. Finland walked a tightrope. To the west, Sweden, Britain, and eventually the League of Nations, potential allies, but distant. To the east, Soviet Russia, now the USSR, suspicious, powerful, and convinced that Finland harbored anti-Bolshevik exiles. In 1920, Finland signed the Treaty of Tartu with Soviet Russia, confirming borders and renouncing territorial claims. But trust was thin. Mannerheim and others pushed for a Scandinavian defense alliance. Sweden declined. So Finland turned to Estonia, its Baltic neighbor, with secret military cooperation plans. They shared intelligence, trained together, and feared the same threat: Soviet expansion. Yet publicly, Finland declared neutrality, not out of idealism, but necessity. As one diplomat put it, Finland is the porcupine of Europe. Not dangerous, but not worth biting. The 1,930 seconds brought new tests. The Lapua movement, a far-right nationalist group, emerged in 1929, violently anti-communist and anti-democratic. They kidnapped leftists, burned newspapers, and demanded authoritarian rule. In 1932, they staged a coup attempt in Mensalepat. President Per Vince Finnavud, now a conservative elder, stood firm. In a radio address, he commanded the rebels to surrender. The government is determined to maintain legal order. All citizens must obey the law or be treated as enemies of the state. The coup collapsed within days. Democracy held. Then came the Great Depression. Exports, timber, paper, butter plummeted. Unemployment soared. Yet Finland avoided mass radicalization. Why? Because cooperatives absorbed the shock. The state invested in infrastructure, and the memory of 1918 loomed large. No one wanted war again. By 1939, Finland was a functioning democracy. Poor, small, and perpetually watchful, but free. Its people had built a republic, not from triumph, but from trauma transformed. They had stared into the abyss of civil war and chosen, painstakingly, to build bridges over it. But peace, as always in Finland, was fragile. Because in Moscow, a new leader watched the north. His name was Stalin, and he did not believe in porcupines. He believed in spheres of influence. And Finland, he decided, was too close to Leningrad to be neutral. The storm was coming, and this time, Finland would not be a battlefield. It would be a fortress. The night deepens further. Snow begins to fall again, soft, deliberate, like ash from a distant fire. In the silence between breaths, you can almost hear it. The crunch of boots on frozen ground, the distant cough of a mortar, the whisper of a mother tucking a child into a sleigh bound for nowhere. This is the sound of a nation standing alone. By 1939, Finland was a young republic, only 22 years old, but already scarred, watchful, and proud. Its democracy functioned. Its schools taught in Finnish and Swedish. Its forests hummed with industry. Yet, beneath the surface of parliamentary debates and cooperative farms, a single truth loomed. Finland shared a 1,340-kilometer border with the Soviet Union, and that border ran just 32 kilometers from Leningrad. To Joseph Stalin, this was intolerable. Leningrad, the cradle of the Bolshevik Revolution, was the USSR's second city, its industrial heart, and a symbol of Soviet power, and it lay naked to invasion from the north. In Stalin's mind, Finland wasn't a neutral neighbor. It was a dagger pointed at the throat of the revolution. So, in the autumn of 1939, as the world reeled from Hitler's invasion of Poland and the outbreak of World War II, Stalin made his move. In October, Soviet diplomats summoned Finland's envoy to Moscow. They offered a deal. Finland would cede territory in Karelia, lease the Hanko Peninsula for a Soviet naval base, and dismantle its fortifications on the Karelian Isthmus. In return, the USSR would grant Finland more land in the East barren, forested, and strategically worthless. The Finnish government, led by President Kyösti Kallio and Foreign Minister Elias Erkko, refused. Not out of arrogance, not out of hatred, but out of principle. To cede territory under threat was to invite more demands. And the Hanko Peninsula? That would give the Soviets a military foothold inside Finland, effectively ending neutrality. Negotiations broke down. Then, on the 30th of November 1939, the sky over Helsinki turned red. Soviet bombers flying under the cover of a false flag operation in which the USSR claimed Finnish artillery had shelled the village of Mainila, a lie later confirmed by Soviet archives, unleashed a wave of destruction on the capital. Bombs fell near hospitals, schools, and churches. Civilians ran through snow-filled streets, clutching children, blankets, and the few possessions they could carry. The Winter War had begun. The world watched in disbelief. The Soviet Union fielded 1.2 million troops, 6,000 tanks, and 4,000 aircraft. Finland had 300,000 soldiers, 32 tanks, mostly obsolete, and 114 planes, many of them biplanes from the 1922nd. On paper, it was not a war. It was an execution. But Finland did not read the script. Instead of meeting the Red Army head-on, Finnish forces vanished into the forests, the lakes, the snowdrifts. They fought not with tanks, but with ski troops, sniper rifles, and Molotov cocktails, a name coined by the Finns themselves after Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov claimed they were delivering food baskets to starving Finns via bomber. The Finns sarcastically dubbed the incendiary bottles Molotov's bread baskets and returned the favor by tossing them into Soviet tanks. At the heart of Finnish resistance was a new kind of warfare, Modi tactics. The word Modi means a cubic meter of firewood, a stack of logs ready to be split. In military terms, it described the Finnish strategy of isolating Soviet columns in the forest, cutting them into segments, and destroying them piece by piece. Soviet tanks rolled down narrow logging roads, strung out for kilometers. Finnish ski troops silent, white camouflaged, moving faster than horses would ambush the front and rear of the column, then let the middle stew in confusion, cut off from supply, surrounded by freezing wilderness. Soviet soldiers froze in their vehicles or stumbled through waist-deep snow, only to be picked off by snipers. One such sniper was Simo Heihe, a farmer from Rautjärvi. Heihe stood just 5'3" and spoke so softly people strained to hear him. During the Winter War, he logged over 500 confirmed kills, more than any sniper in recorded history. He used an iron-sighted bolt-action rifle, no scope, which reflected light, packed snow in front of his position to muffle the shot's puff, and put snow in his mouth to prevent his breath from fogging in the cold. He became known as White Death, and he was not alone. In the Battle of Suomussalmi, a single Finnish regiment of 3,000 men defeated 2 Soviet divisions totaling 45,000. They captured 43 tanks, 71 field guns, and enough supplies to equip their entire army for months. In Kola, Finnish defenders held a line for 101 days against overwhelming odds. When ordered to retreat, their commander, Eversti, Colonel Heinrichs, replied, "Kola will hold as long as we are alive." The phrase became a national mantra, but heroism had a cost. Finland had no reserves. Each death was irreplaceable. Soldiers slept in snow caves, ate frozen reindeer meat, and wrapped their rifles in rags to keep metal from freezing to skin. Frostbite claimed more limbs than bullets, and yet they held. For 105 days, Finland resisted. The world was stunned. Volunteers flooded in from Sweden, Hungary, even the United States. British and French planned an expeditionary force, though it never arrived. Newspapers called Finland the last free nation in Europe. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, declared, "The service rendered by Finland to mankind is magnificent." But help never came, and Finland, exhausted, out of ammunition, and with its cities bombed into rubble, knew it could not win forever. On the 12th of March 1940, the Moscow Peace Treaty was signed. Finland retained its independence, but at a staggering price. 10% of its territory, including the entire Karelian Isthmus, Viipuri, Finland's second largest city, and the shores of Lake Ladoga, 12% of its population, over 420,000 Karelians were now refugees, forced to flee eastward, with only what they could carry. The Henko Peninsula was leased to the USSR for 30 years. In a single stroke, Finland lost its industrial heartland, its best farmland, and a piece of its soul. The exodus was heart-wrenching. Imagine a grandmother in Sortavala placing her wedding ring on the mantle as she locks her front door for the last time. She kisses the doorframe, whispers a prayer, and walks into the snow, her grandchildren clinging to her skirts. Behind her, the home her great-grandfather built is now Soviet. These refugees were not resettled in camps. They were absorbed, given land in central Finland, loans to rebuild, and a promise: your loss is our loss. The government launched a massive resettlement program. New villages sprang up. Old place names were transplanted. Kakisalmi became Priozersk, but in Finnish memory, it remained Kakisalmi. The trauma of the Karelian exodus would shape Finnish politics, literature, and identity for generations. But independence was preserved, and that, in the eyes of many, was worth the cost. Yet, the war was not over. Stalin had not forgotten, and Hitler was watching. In June 1941, Nazi Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. Finland saw an opportunity, not as an ally of Hitler, but as a co-belligerent, fighting its own war to reclaim lost territory. This was the Continuation War. On the 25th of June 1941, Finnish forces crossed the new border and marched east. Within weeks, They had retaken Viapuri, the Karelian Isthmus, and pushed deep into Soviet Karelia. But then came the moral crossroads. Germany expected Finland to join the Holocaust, to deport its 2,000 Jewish citizens. Finland refused. Finnish Jews served in the army alongside their countrymen. Jewish soldiers even held Sabbath services on the front lines, protected by their Lutheran comrades. When the SS demanded the deportation of foreign Jewish refugees in Finland, the government stalled, hid them, or sent them to neutral Sweden. Only 8 foreign Jews were handed over to the Gestapo, and even then, under intense German pressure. It remains a dark stain, but compared to the rest of Europe, Finland's record was remarkable. As the war dragged on, Finland's position grew precarious. By 1944, the Red Army was advancing on all fronts. Finland, running out of men and materiel, sought peace, but Stalin demanded unconditional surrender, full reparations, territorial concessions beyond the 1,940 losses, and the expulsion of all German troops from Finland. This led to the Lapland War, 1944, 1945. With Soviet oversight, Finland turned its guns on its former co-belligerents. German forces, under General Lothar Rendulic, implemented a scorched earth policy as they retreated from northern Finland. They burned Rovaniemi, the capital of Lapland, to the ground, blew up bridges, mines, and entire villages, left behind 150,000 landmines, many disguised as toys to lure children. Finnish soldiers, many of whom had fought beside Germans just months earlier, now chased them through Arctic tundra, their boots sinking into snow stained with ash and blood. It was a war of exhaustion, of betrayal, of necessity. By April 1945, it was over. Finland had survived, but barely. The final toll: 25,000 dead in the Winter War, 60,000 dead in the Continuation War, 5,000 dead in the Lapland War, 420,000 refugees, $300 million in war reparations to the USSR, equivalent to 5% of GDP annually for 8 years. Yet, Finland was not occupied, not partitioned, not turned into a satellite state. How? Because of the Paasikivi-Kekkonen line, named after President Juho Kusti Paasikivi and his successor Urho Kekkonen. This policy of pragmatic neutrality acknowledged a hard truth. Finland could not antagonize the USSR and survive. So Finland remained non-aligned, declining NATO and the Warsaw Pact, avoided criticizing Soviet foreign policy, maintained free trade and diplomatic relations with both East, West, built a strong defense force, every male citizen trained, reserves ready. This delicate balancing act became known as Finlandization, a term coined by Western journalists, often with disdain. But to Finns, it was not submission. It was sovereignty preserved through restraint. And it worked. For 45 years, Finland walked the tightrope and never fell. But the cost was psychological. The war left a nation of silence. Fathers didn't speak of the front. Mothers didn't speak of the evacuations. Children grew up with unspoken grief in every room. Yet, from that silence, emerged a new ethos, sisu. Not just grit or perseverance, but a deeper, almost mythic resolve. The ability to endure what cannot be endured, to stand when there is nothing left to stand on. Sisu wasn't shouted. It was lived in rebuilt villages, in repaid reparations, in children taught to ski before they could walk. Finland had lost land, but it had not lost itself. And in the long Arctic night that followed the war, it began to heal not with monuments, but with memory. Not with vengeance, but with vigilance. Because peace, in Finland, was never peace. It was watchfulness wrapped in snow. The snow has ceased, the wind rests, Even the northern lights, those silent dancers of the ionosphere, have dimmed to a soft shimmer on the horizon. In this hush, Finland does not celebrate. It rebuilds, brick by brick, law by law, child by child. This is the story of how a nation that once buried its dead in mass graves learned to cradle its living in care. In the spring of 1945, Finland emerged from World War II not as a victor, not as a vanquished, but as a survivor, exhausted, indebted, and geopolitically precarious. The war had cost 95,000 Finnish lives, left 420,000 Karelian refugees without homes, and saddled the country with $300 million in reparations to the Soviet Union, equivalent to nearly 5% of GDP annually for the next 8 years. Yet, Finland did not collapse. Instead, it embarked on one of the most remarkable transformations of the 20th century. From agrarian war, torn periphery, to Nordic social democracy, all while walking the razor's edge of Cold War neutrality. It began with reparations. The USSR demanded not gold or weapons, but industrial goods, ships, rail cars, cables, machinery. This forced Finland to industrialize fast. Factories that once made butter churns now forged electric motors. Shipyards in Turku and Helsinki, dormant during the war, roared back to life, building icebreakers for Soviet Arctic ports. By 1952, Finland had paid every kopeck on time, in full, earning something rare in Soviet eyes: trust. But trust alone wasn't enough. Finland needed people healthy, educated, and productive citizens. And so, quietly, persistently, it began to build a welfare state not through revolution, but through consensus. The foundation was universalism, not charity, not means testing, but a simple principle. Every Finn, regardless of income, deserves dignity. It started with healthcare. In 1946, Finland passed the Sickness Insurance Act, guaranteeing paid sick leave and medical coverage for industrial workers. By 1963, it expanded to all citizens. Rural clinics once staffed by a single doctor and a midwife were upgraded. Maternal care became a national priority. Infant mortality, once among Europe's highest, plummeted. By 1970, Finnish babies were as likely to survive as Swedish or Norwegian ones. Then came education. In 1921, Finland had introduced compulsory schooling, but only for 6 years. In 1968, it launched a radical reform: 9-year comprehensive school for all, taught in Finnish or Swedish, free of charge, with meals, books, and transportation provided by the state. No tracking, no elite academies. Every child, from Helsinki to Lapland, followed the same core curriculum. The result? By the 1990 seconds, Finnish students consistently ranked among the world's best in literacy and math, not because of pressure, but because of equity. And at the heart of it all stood Kela, the social insurance institution of Finland, founded in 1937 but expanded dramatically after the war, became the quiet engine of the welfare state. Unemployment benefits, pensions, housing allowances, child support all flowed through Kela, administered not as bureaucratic hurdles, but as rights. A mother in Oulu received the same child allowance as a banker in Espoo. A reindeer herder in Inari had the same access to healthcare as a professor in Turku. This wasn't idealism. It was pragmatism wrapped in solidarity. Finns understood. In a small nation, every life mattered. There was no them, only us. The economy grew alongside the welfare state. In the 1950 seconds and 60 seconds, forestry remained king. Paper, pulp, and timber exports fueled reconstruction. But then came engineering. Valmet tractors, Wärtsilä engines, Koni elevators. And in the 1980 seconds, electronics, A small cable company named Nokia pivoted from rubber boots and toilet paper to mobile phones, and by the 1990 seconds, ruled the world. At its peak in 2000, Nokia accounted for 4% of Finland's GDP and 25% of its exports. In a nation of 5 million, over 20,000 people worked directly for the company, tens of thousands more in its supply chain. But Finland never let prosperity erode its values. Even during the Nokia boom, taxes remained high, around 40–50% of GDP, funding childcare, elderly care, and unemployment insurance. The state didn't shrink, it adapted. Gender equality deepened. In 1906, Finland had been the first in the world to grant women full political rights. By the 1970 seconds, it pushed further. Maternity leave, paternity leave, and universal daycare. By 1985, over 80% of children under 7 were in publicly funded childcare, free or low cost, high quality, and available to all. Women entered the workforce in droves, not out of necessity alone, but because the system enabled choice. And language peace held. The 1919 Constitution had recognized both Finnish and Swedish as national languages. In 1922, the Language Act formalized bilingual services. Municipalities with over 8% Swedish speakers were required to offer services in Swedish. Swedish language schools, newspapers, Hufvudstadsbladet, and theaters thrived. This wasn't tolerance. It was constitutional coexistence. Even the Sami gained recognition. In 1973, Finland established the Sami Parliament, Saamedigi, a representative body for cultural and linguistic matters. In 1995, the Constitution was amended to recognize the Sami as an indigenous people with the right to preserve and develop their language and culture. Now, consider identity. For centuries, Finnishness was defined against something. Against Sweden, against Russia, against war. But in the post-war decades, it turned inward toward creation. Jean Sibelius, the composer who gave Finland its musical soul with Finlandia and the Karelia Suite, died in 1957. But his legacy echoed in every school choir and radio broadcast. Architect Alvar Aalto shaped the nation's aesthetic. Curved birch furniture, human-scale libraries, and the iconic Finlandia Hall in Helsinki, its white marble facade gleaming like ice under sun. Literature flourished. Novelist Väinö Linna's The Unknown Soldier, 1954, a raw, unsentimental account of the continuation war, became a national touchstone read in schools, adapted into films, debated in homes. It didn't glorify war. It mourned it. And then there was Finlandization. The term, coined by West German journalists in the 1970 seconds, carried a sneer. Finland was a neutral pawn, too deferential to Moscow, too eager to avoid provoking the USSR, but Finns saw it differently. To them, it was active neutrality. Finland refused to join NATO. It declined the Warsaw Pact. It maintained free trade with both East and West. Finnish diplomats hosted Soviet and American delegations in the same sauna, literally. President Urho Kekkonen, who ruled from 1956 to 1982, perfected the art of the balancing act. He visited Moscow often, but also hosted US presidents. He censored anti-Soviet films, but protected free speech in parliament. It was delicate, it was necessary, and it worked. While Hungary revolted in 1956, Czechoslovakia in 1968, and Poland in 1980, Finland remained stable, democratic, and free. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. Overnight, Finland's geopolitical rationale vanished. The USSR, its neighbor, creditor, and shadow, was gone. For a moment, Finland stood alone in the new Europe, and it chose to lean west. In 995, after a national referendum and intense debate, Finland joined the European Union. It was a seismic shift. For the first time in history, Finland aligned itself not with neutrality, but with European integration. It adopted the euro in 2002, replacing the marka, a currency that had borne the face of Sibelius and the bear of Finnish heraldry. The transition was smooth. Trust in institutions held. But challenges remained. The 2008 financial crisis hit Nokia hard. Smartphones from Apple and Samsung outpaced its innovations. By 2013, Nokia's mobile division was sold to Microsoft. Thousands lost jobs. Yet Finland adapted again. It invested in education reform, green technology, and startup culture. Helsinki became a hub for gaming, Supercell, Rovio, clean tech and design. Demographics shifted. In the 1,990 seconds, Finland had been one of Europe's most homogeneous nations, over 95% ethnically Finnish. By 2020, immigrants made up nearly 9% of the population, many from Somalia, Iraq, and Russia. Integration wasn't seamless. Debates over language, religion, and identity flared. But the welfare state absorbed the pressure, providing language courses, job training, and housing support. And then came the 24th of February 2022. Russia invaded Ukraine. For Finns, the images of Kyiv under bombardment stirred old ghosts. Helsinki in 1939, Viipuri in 1940, the Karelian Exodus. Overnight, public opinion shifted. Within months, Finland applied for NATO membership, a move unthinkable just a year earlier. In April 2023, it became the 31st member of the alliance. It was not a rejection of the past. It was a redefinition of security in a new age. Today, Finland stands as a quiet paradox, a nation forged in war, yet one of the world's most peaceful welfare state. With high taxes, yet consistently ranked among the happiest countries on earth, a land of deep forests and sparse population, yet a leader in digital innovation and education. Its story is not one of grand conquests, but of resilience refined, of a people who chose community over chaos, education over exclusion, and dignity over dogma. And as you listen now, in the hush of your own room, perhaps thousands of kilometers from those birch forests and frozen lakes, know this: Finland's history was not written in capital letters. It was whispered in lullabies, stitched into school uniforms, served in cafeteria lunches, and carried in the quiet pride of a nation that learned through fire, frost, and forgiveness how to care for its own. And that, more than any war or treaty, is its true legacy. Thank you for journeying with me tonight through the complete history of Finland, from glacial valleys to digital frontiers, from pagan chants to parliamentary democracy. If this quiet exploration brought you peace or sparked your curiosity, consider liking this video and subscribe. Your support helps keep these stories alive, one hushed chapter at a time. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as deep and still as a Finnish lake under winter stars.